Good evening, peeps. How you doing? It is indeed stream nights. I changed the schedule this week a little bit. So Tuesdays. Today's Tuesday. It's very confusing. Yeah, so usually Wednesdays, but no, I changed it to Tuesdays. So hey Lindsay, hey Siri, hey Alexandra, hello. Hey Lisa, hey Mrs. T. It is always just about the point that you're putting your nipper down, isn't it? That I start my streams. All good. So yeah, I thought we'd just do a random. We're doing a Tuesday today because I couldn't do tomorrow. So I thought we'd give it a blast today. That's how am I saying that? Gamer Broadener. How you doing? Welcome. So I think we're gonna do some Zimba today. I thought we'd hang out in some Zimba. Hey Goranda, how are you doing? I fancied doing a bit of landscaping. I fancied making a lake for some reason. Hey Gary, how you doing? I fancied making a lake today, so I thought we'll come back to Zimba. Those of you who haven't seen Zimba before, we've done a bunch of things with it. There's a few episodes up on the channel. And then so we made this like entrance building, we made this big car parky bit. Go check out the videos, and there is a bunch of other streams that we've done for this. So I've got this kind of inner section that's still not done. Sort of coming along. I can't actually really remember if I've showed you this particularly, but this has still got a lot of work to do on it. It's supposed to be like a little kind of, it's going to be like a little kind of cafe and kind of food area, I guess. And then this is supposed to be the shop. The shop is going to be in there. Lake Simulator, exactly. So it's going to be like, oh, and then we did the flamingos. We did the flamingos kind of, I think this was an episode. This ended up being an episode, didn't it? We did this over several streams. And we've got the elephants up here, kind of still needs some love. Hey Swifty, how you doing? So yeah, I thought it'd be like a nice chill. We'll do. I think mostly because it's really freaking cold today in the UK. I was like, I need some sunshine. So let's come. Well, that's actually quite cloudy. Let's come do some playing around in Zimba. So yeah, we're going to make a lake. I'm thinking there's going to be like a big lake here. That's my plan. Just some like prettiness. Can you show how to make a stream, like how to curve the terrain so it looks like a stream? It's really pretty tricky. Your best bet really is just to not worry too much about getting the terrain like exact, because you're better off just roughly putting something in and then using the rocks and things to really sculpt what you actually want it to look like, because the levels of the like pushing of the terrain and stuff is really not really all that accurate. And the thing is, what you'll find, the other way you can do it, to be fair, is actually to use the habitat barriers. So you push the terrain down and then you use the barriers, glass barriers. And you can kind of get, you can get like a rough kind of curve shape and then drop that down below the ground level, and that will give you a harder edge. But it's really not easy. In fact, I did a stream. I think the last, the last Tigwadu stream that I did was called A Stream About a Stream. So that's probably a good one to go and watch. It's definitely tricky though. Anything you're doing with water in the game is always just super hard. It takes a lot of fiddling, but yeah, that would be my kind of one and only tip. Really, would just be, don't worry about being too accurate with getting the pushing of the of the terrain. Started this week, excellent. And what about you? Not too bad. Yeah, not too bad. Yeah, because you're better off trying to basically just push the terrain and then use the stone to landscape it. You're going to see some of that in this episode, I guess, because I'm going to be doing some landscaping and some waterworks and stuff to an extent. So I want kind of like a nice little front to this. Yeah, but I mean it is super tricky. Anything to do with the terrain is not all that easy. Thank you, Lindsay. You're a star. Most of the things I would say about in most cases, I would say that the game is like you just give yourself margin for error in all things. Like, so I could do that, but that doesn't have to be the layout of my lake because I can just bring the rock above that. It's a lot harder to get. See, that's you hit that sort of thing, right? Which is not what we want. So we might end up doing. How big should we make this? I feel like it would be nice for it to be a big feature. I keep kind of putting my head back into like Tigwadu, because Tigwadu is obviously a smaller map. So I guess we could actually have it that it flows down into a lower plane. Yeah, that might be an idea. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the glass barriers up here just to block this end off. I'm trying to remember how to Planet Zoo. Every now and again I just have like complete Planet Zoo brain loss. We haven't got any music on, have we? Let's have some music on. I forgot to put my music on. Hold on. Hold on. How are you lot all doing then anyway? How's everybody? Sounds like Swifty's having a good week. Let's start with just the normal PZ soundtrack. Yeah, there we go. I wish it was a little bit more easy though, I have to say. It is one of those things. It's never that easy. You don't have an enormous amount of flexibility in the levels of water. I can't remember exactly what it is, but water will only place at kind of different, there's specific increments. So I'll show you that in a second. So you can't place, for example, if you look at how this works, you can place water there, but I can't place water anywhere down until it snaps like to down there. So see, like at that, how like little refinement I've got of that. That doesn't make any sense, does it? Because if it places up there, then there's no reason that would be invalid anywhere below that level. But that's just the way, for some reason, the way that the game works is that that's the. So those are like your minimum increments. So I'm not sure what that is, how much that is, but it's a you know, you can see it's a big difference there. So you're always better off. You're always better off trying to leave yourself options. And one of the big challenges you always have with water is that once you take out the water, and this is a real pain. Like once you take out the water, it's really difficult to get back in sometimes, especially if you've done a load of terrain work. Hey Bitsky, how you doing? Still get water coming over the side. All right, because it's all around there as well. So that's nothing. That increment is nothing to do with the barrier length or anything. It's exactly well, as I just showed you, it's basically just the differences between the terrains, I think, that does it. Right, so now we can flood that section. So in theory, I think this is just purely going to be decorative, to be honest, Pitsky. I think this is just for a pretty feature. Can never do that. Let's see if we can actually do what I want to do, which is drop the barrier. I think it's just going to be a decorative thing. Just to have a nice little kind of sitting area. Might make this like a deck or something. So this is exactly what I was sort of saying. The same applies to the lake as would to the a stream. Like obviously I haven't really got much control of how that's all kind of the shape of it, but obviously all I have to do is bring rocks above the surface and I can do a bit more to sort of sculpt that, or I can bring, you know, plaster out or something. So that's probably what we'll do, because I'd quite like to have that as like a little, maybe that's a little vista point or something. So I don't know why this always is the case, but you can drag these individually, but you can never drag them all as one when you're trying to do this. Oh, that one's not going to let me move it at all. That's a pain. I don't know why that is. Like, what's the difference between that one on the right and that next one? So I had my first Christmas song on the radio this morning. I woke up to was it I don't think it was Shakin' Stevens, but it was I think it was probably Wham. I can't actually remember. Last Christmas. So that's it, officially Christmas. All the Christmas decorations are already up in my high street as well. So that's it. We're now officially we're officially on the burn down. What did I have? What was Babina called before? Didn't I have like a little? Didn't I have a bot? Wasn't the bot Christmas themed? So it would be quite nice to have that checkerboard, but I don't think I'm going to be able to. So is that no, what's this one? What's this one? Shouldn't even be here. Shaky. Yeah, it wasn't shaky. It wasn't shaky, but better. Did she have a little Christmas hat on? I feel like she had a little Christmas hat. I've probably got her somewhere. Right, so let's do. And it's probably going to have to be completely implied. Oh, I guess I could do it as like a... I guess we could do it as like a plaster thing. It's just a bit weird having... Yeah, I think we'll just do it as plaster. So if we just make this, just give this a bit of a lip. This is going to have to be a step up as well. It's a bit weird, but it's going to have to be. Why is that going down? So we can do steps up to that. I think this is going to have to be maybe going to have to be an implied spot. Yeah. I think probably it will. Lockdown. Just gonna kind of follow that edge, I think. Yeah, so for those of you who haven't seen my posts in my Discord at the moment, I'm just chilling out slightly at the moment on the videos. So that's not saying that I'm not going to have videos, but just having a little bit of a break. Because I was sort of finding myself getting into that habit of just like putting out videos for the sake of it and not really being happy with it. And I've always sort of not wanted to do that with Tickle-Do particularly. I used to have my Xmas tree up from the 11th of November until March. Oh wow, that is impressive. If it makes you happy, go for it. Why the hell not, I say. Ain't no one's got no rules. Just do whatever you like. Yeah, it makes you happy. I think there was quite a thing last year actually with lots of people, especially because of the lockdown, lots of people just left their Christmas decorations up. I think I did as well. Because it was just like, why the hell not? And I think we put them up really early as well. First Christmas with my new nephew this year, which is super exciting. Not that he's going to know anything about it, but I think it'll be nice. Hey elephant, how you doing? So dark here in Scotland. Yeah, I can bet. I bet it's even colder and darker in Scotland already. You're not a fan of Christmas, Lisa? Nothing is as festive as a Christmas tree. Very true. I'm not sure what I'm going to do this year about having a Christmas. I might just get a small one, because I've got like a great big, like 9-foot tall Christmas tree that doesn't really fit in my new flat. I think maybe if I took one of the sections out, but I'm not going to be home for Christmas either, so I do quite like having the decorations up, but it's quite a lot of work just for one person. It's probably only me that's going to see it, so I might get a little Christmas tree in the back of the stream or something when we have the camera back on. Maybe in honour of Christmas you will do a mini zoo with a reindeer and some animals. Yeah, I was kind of thinking about doing some sort of Christmassy themed gubbins, like an event or something. Christmas habitat sort of stuff. Right, let's colour this now before it runs away. Is that actually just plaster colour? It's actually just a default colour, is it? Well, let's change it a little bit. Sunset at 3 PM. That is brutal. Ugh. It wasn't that much later here. I think it was like 4:30. Thing is, it's so much darker when it's like You know, because it's been like cloudy as well. If it's bright, I actually don't mind it if it's kind of like bright and cold, because then it's just crisp, isn't it? Not anymore. Loved it as a kid, but then married a miserable Scotsman. Oh, shucks. Have to fix. We must fix. We can't handle all this going on. You moved for a Scotsman. There might actually be some Christmas decorations going up in Tigwado. That's kind of my plan, but might do a little Christmassy thing. A rabbit named Coco is pregnant. Wow. Exciting. How long do rabbits take before they make baby rabbits? That's it with us. Lynn's hubby works over Christmas and New Year, so family visits. Angus isn't bothered either way. Oh, poor Angus. Poor Angus never gets Christmas. Angus probably wonders every year why he's like, I've tried my best. I've tried my best to be a good dog, and still Father Christmas doesn't bring me anything. Why am I always on the naughty list? Used to live in Holland. Might make a tiny bit of effort this year, or at least I'm thinking of doing. I mean, it doesn't make as much sense if you're... You know, it's obviously like my brother's place will make sense to have that decorated, but... I might do a bit. I mean, I'll probably end up caving and doing all of my normal decorations, to be fair. It was always a bit of a family tradition that decorations were like a big thing. 30 days? It takes 30 days for them to give birth? Wow, that's crazy quick. That's super quick, isn't it? Wow. Excuse me. Plaster. What's biggest? That one? Where's the... No, it doesn't want to be right behind that lamppost. I guess that lamppost could just move. Whereas by Angus' presents, as it's also his birthday, is he actually... It's probably blasphemous for me to say that. Shouldn't say it. Apologies, I was going to say something blasphemous, but I'm not going to. I saved it, sucked it back in. We go all out of Christmas, even our 2 dogs have stockings over the fireplace. Yes! Yes! Good work. Smaller. We want smaller. That's going to be too small, isn't it? Oh no, that'll do. I suppose that's actually quite small, isn't it? That's not what we're doing. It's not the one. My boy's birthday is in a few days, weeks. Preparing already. Candles, balloons, cake. Nice. Have a bit of birthday cake. Still got that weird thing with my camera. Something still kind of weird going on with it. So far this is making steps, not much making a lake, but we'll get there. So what special treats do you get for pets at Christmas? We used to get my dog. We used to get my border collie. It was the only time he was allowed to have them because they stank up the place. But like one of those horrible like pig's ear things. He loves them, or he used to love them, but they absolutely stink. Celebrating my birthday just a few days ago. Still eating left cake over the cake. Well, nice, happy birthday for a few days ago. There is a thing. There's a thing in the Discord, Siri, if you ever wanted to do it, that you can put your birthday in, and it will put you a little alert on your birthday, and then everyone says happy birthday to you. Can't remember how you do it though. It's in the bot channel, ! birthday or something like that. I can't remember. ! Set birthday something. So this looks a bit crap for now, but it'll be fine. Once we've blended it all in, put some trees and stuff, it'll be grand. We barbecue for Christmas. We get our dogs cheap steaks to barbecue for them. They are spoiled dogs. That sounds pretty epic. Whereabouts in the world are you again, Pitsky? I feel like I know this, but I forget. I forget things. I guess you must be somewhere hot. Or that winter must be you must be in... I'm going to guess you're in South Africa. Because if you're on our time zone... and you're in somewhere that... That's a total guess though. I've probably been told many times before. Apologies. Instructions are pinned in the bot channel. Are they? I don't remember these things. Thank God you guys are here. I said to my friend the other day, it's like, in fact, I was talking to my brother yesterday about like work and stuff and the different way that my brain works to him. And I've always been someone that's good at like, I'm quite ideasy, I'm not much of a completer finisher. So I'm like, the thing that I'm really good at, and the thing that I like, I've always been quite good at professionally, and it's just, it's kind of like that first stage of something. I'm quite good at winning things like pitches and stuff, having to like come up with new ideas and be a bit of a crazy scientist with some ideas. But then once it gets to the actual like doing of something, like the actual kind of like finishing part of it, delivery, bores the hell out of me. And I lose that, I'm on to the next thing. So all of those things, like that birthday thing is my idea, but I don't remember how it works. I came up with it and put it in there. I don't remember how it works. Thank God there's other people in the world who have got better memories than me. It's terrible. Oh, you barbecue in the snow. Oh, that's pretty cool. Ba, 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 ba. Right, so we'll make this look a little bit nicer, so it's not quite so like just a weird concrete thing. Just a little bit more of a shape to it. Still not very big though, is it? For a, yeah, for like a viewpoint. Okay, right, so this is going to need some... I wonder if I can just pick that. Let's just grab this thing. No, no, no. Cool, let's grab that. Just give that tree a bit of a... So what new animal would we like to see in the future DLC? All of them! All of the animals! I'd like to see small stuff. I'd like to see... If I could just have one animal, it would be probably like... I would quite like to see a revisit to the Australian stuff. I'd like to see a Tasmanian devil. I'd like to see the quokka. I'd like to see... what else would I like to see? Platypus, echidnas. Get lots of sun and blue skies. It's just freezing here in the winter despite the sun. Yeah, you get like proper. Yeah, wombat would be cool as well, wouldn't it? There's so many more they can do in the Australia DLC. I kind of cannot see how we don't get like more, like another DLC for that. Have we got like a fence that we're doing here in this zoo? Not really that. Have we got like a wooden one anywhere? Not really that either. Have I got any? Have I got anything that's like a little wooden fence anywhere? Oh, that'll do. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking for. Oh, I could just make that again, to be fair, couldn't I? Let's just take that. Pa, 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 pa. Do, do, do. Oh, hello. Hello. Pushed all the wrong buttons. Hello. I've just forgotten how to Planet Zoo. Thin. Let's go and see what I did. Oh, I pressed the T key. That's what's confused me. It goes a bit whack when you press the T key. So it's just two little skinny ones. We've got like a nice trim there. We should do that on this edge as well. Let's do that before we finish this. Yeah, what about you? What would you like to see? What would be if everybody could have one animal? So you've all allowed one animal for Christmas. Go. And go. And go. Everybody's allowed to guess one animal. And you'll get it. Planet Zoo will give it to us. Frontier will give us them for Christmas. Not in real life, but just in the game. Walrus. Yeah, walrus would be pretty cool, wouldn't it? Big old stinky walruses. So if you get a lot of walruses in zoos, though, do you? I guess that's definitely stumbling into the... We've got hippos, Lisa. We've got hippos. Hippos are pretty cool. We've got them in the zoo. Or we've got them in the game. We'll see hippos in this zoo at some point. There's definitely a weirdness going on. Prisley bear? What is a prisley bear? I've never heard of a prisley bear. Is that a thing? Well, that's something I've never heard of either. A jada? A wood grouse. So that's a bird, right? I think I'm going to do a video on like a Planet Zoo European DLC speculation video. Alright, let's just move that out of the way a second. I always forget that you can colour these now. You can colour these trim pieces. Those ones. I don't think we have anywhere else because we couldn't when I put them in. Hybrid between a polar bear and a grizzly? Is that a real thing? I've never heard of that before. What's the African one that's like a bit of a hard nut? It's like a really like tough, takes on all sorts of things. There's loads though, isn't there, when you think about it? Like stuff that we haven't seen, like sloths, bats. The list is endless. Honey badger, that's what I was going for, yeah. Is that another name for it, New Age? Ratel, honey badger. Is that a more accurate name? Gibbons, but if they do climbing justice, yeah, I do kind of agree with you. I find, I mean, I love the climbing, but and I know it's probably really difficult for them to do because everybody does such custom things. I think the biggest improvement for climbing would just be to like change. There must be some percentage of time. You'd like to think that there's a percentage of that like somewhere that they've got the ability to be able to change the amount of time that animals spend up on climbing structures, because it always feels to me like all of the monkeys spend the vast majority of their time on the ground, and that's just, I know that is the case for some monkeys that they spend a lot of time on the ground, but most, given the opportunity, would be up climbing. And it is always just a little bit glitchy as well, isn't it? It always feels like it just, you know, sometimes it'll work really well. It's just a lot of time when you're making a video, like sometimes the climbing works really well, and then sometimes they just like moonwalk across the whole habitat. You just see them like hovering across the sky, moonwalking. It's madness. I forgot about sloths. Forget the chipmunks. Chipmunks would be pretty good, but yeah, sloths would be pretty. I mean, they're not exactly going to be highly active. We'll have to see macaws, cockatoos. Hey, cheese daddy. Yeah, I mean all the birds basically. It feels like it's an inevitability. My feeling is that it's going to be like, it's going to be just like exhibit boxes though, basically. That when we get them. Which is kind of fine, like better than not having them at all. So yeah, I think we'll have limited scope to be able to do stuff to them. Pretty sure Ratel is the Afrikaans word for it, just like how Gemsbok is the Afrikaans word for oryx. Springbok is the. Do you know what? I've been to Africa and I've travelled quite a lot. I didn't know that the Gemsbok and the oryx were different things, or the same thing. I thought they were separate. That makes sense though. Yeah, because I guess maybe is yeah. I do you know what it is? Because, and I think you're right. It's just as I've moved out of South Africa. So as I was travelling, I travelled from Cape Town to Nairobi, so South Africa to Kenya, and that's probably right. That the name has just changed because the people were calling it different things, but it was the same animal. I've never realised that it was just two different names for the same animal. Crossbred may be cool to look at. Science with the reason behind the existence in connected to big climate change. Pretty sure. What did I miss there? Missed that. I'm not sure what you're talking about there. From Wikipedia, wood grouse is a heavy member of the grouse family. Yeah. Yeah, I think I've got a picture in my brain place of what that is. Just a whole, you know, a world of possibilities in the when it comes to birds. But yeah, my feeling is that there'll be, well, I think it'll be. I actually saying it'd be like the exhibits. I don't think it will be. I think it'll be slightly. So I think it'll be much in the same way that Prehistoric Kingdom do it, which is looped animations. I think they'll have fixed boxes though. I think they'll have, aviaries will be a fixed thing. It'll be like the way that they do it in Jurassic World Evolution, I think. I actually leave that little detail. It's quite nice. So I'm going to translate that over to the other side. Polar bears are. I would love to see dolphins and other marine animals. Love to build an aquarium. Yeah, it's a tricky one that because it comes up all the time. And I kind of also would love to see it, but it's kind of a bit weird because it's like, is it enough? Is there enough scope for an aquarium, like Planet Aquarium? Probably not. I don't think there's enough scope for Planet SeaWorld or something. There's just not enough difference, I feel. But also it's quite big. I mean, I might be completely wrong, but it feels like it's quite big for a DLC. If you know what I mean. Like, it feels like in scope, it's somewhere between a DLC and a game. But maybe I'm wrong. I mean, you could kind of look at the evidence to say, based on the fact that we've just had the you think about what a sort of SeaWorld exhibit looks like, or water-based exhibits. We've largely got all the pieces in place for that now, haven't we? Because we've got the whole kind of seating area. So in theory, what's to stop them doing it? But I guess maybe it's just we haven't seen anything the size of what's the expectation around what animals would be in some sort of aquarium DLC, like besides maybe fish and stuff. Further north, so the animals are reportedly moving inland in search of food. Oh, I have heard of this. Grizzly bears in the state of Alaska and Canada. So they're crossbreeding, right? That's what you were saying. You were continuing from what you were saying before. Got ya. Further north, temperatures increase. They're running into and mating with polar bears. Got you. Sorry, yes. Pizzly bears. The most realistic options for birds would be more ground-dwelling species like ground hornbills. Secretary birds would be, I've always thought, was a missing one as well. Thing is, secretary birds, so they're like ground-dwelling birds. That wouldn't require any change, would it? Yeah, they're just effectively like the cassowaries, aren't they? Like no like big game-breaking kind of changes needed to do that. Yeah, I was kind of a bit surprised that we didn't get, like some things like the secretary bird. But maybe it is because they're all, they're heading towards doing a, what would you call it? An aviary pack or avian is like bird types, isn't it? Avian. That probably wouldn't be what they use because that's not, I guess, not that normal kind of wordage. Cool to know you spent time living in African. No, didn't. I wasn't. Well, I wasn't living. Well, I was alive. I wasn't dead. I did like a 69 days, I think it was, like camping overland thing, trek, many a year ago. Planet Zoo had said no, not to dolphins and whales because they find it does not belong in a zoo. I think it's debatable. Yeah, there's also some question as to whether it's whether, like, I don't know, it feels different. I mean, I have a bit of a thing with birds in cages as well, to be fair. I don't know why. Like, there's some things that do have that though, right? Because, like, where do you draw the line as to what is acceptable? I guess maybe the argument is if there's like a preservation, like a virtue to there being, you know, that there's a value in them being in zoos for like breeding purposes and things. Because I remember the days. I remember London. I remember first time I went to London Zoo. In fact, I think there was a Windsor Safari Park used to have them. Oh, no, not Windsor Safari Park. Chesington World of Adventures used to have and it wasn't like, it's not tiny, but it's not a big. It's like a theme park basically with a zoo attached to it. And they just used to have this like maybe this was London Zoo as well, but they used to have this horrible like concrete polar bear habitat, and the polar bears just like walk backwards and forwards constantly. It wasn't that tiny, but it clearly wasn't big enough for a polar bear. They just paced backwards and forwards all day. And everything that was supposed to be, you know, they basically like simulated the aesthetic of ice by just putting concrete in. It was miserable. Actually, just not have railing there. Just get one of these poops. Yeah, so I think that's okay size-wise. As I said, it's all going to be implied, so they can't go up there anyway. So it looks like this needs some like flags and stuff. I did some like billboards or something, didn't I, somewhere? Yeah, maybe we'll just like reuse these. Yeah. If there's marine shows. Well, yeah, I mean, that's the thing I'm sort of saying. In theory, you could argue that we've got everything in the game for you to achieve that now. Because we've got... This is bigger than I thought it was. Because it could go there. It's kind of bigger than I thought it was. Let's not have those. Do, 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 do. I think we'll just have kind of a few of these up there. So I'm envisaging that there'll be more, you know, more kind of water going on here, and maybe there's a habitat back there for something, so that it kind of looks like that's all part of the same habitat. Maybe there's some animals back there that you can kind of see from here. Dolphins, fishes, sharks, hammerhead, etc. would be great. Sable and Arabian oryx are a little more distant, all parts of horse-like antelopes. There's so many that I'd love to see things like the, you know, Dick and those sorts of things. Even like vultures and stuff, like things that are so, I mean, quite iconic to to the continents. But I guess there's no reason why they couldn't do a revisit to every pack, really. Just keep on adding them. Why not? Yeah, 6. I think, is it 6 or 7? Sounds about right. Well, it's been every 3 months, and we've just hit the 2-year anniversary. So does that add up? Should be conservation. Should be conservation. I think nowadays zoos do their best to recreate habitats better than yeah. But there's still a lot of there's still a hell of a lot of like legacy construction that just can't be. So that's so much different. What have I done there? Yeah, that's it. Not zoos can't afford to just like rip out everything, start again. Hey, Miss Palindrome, how you doing? Hope you are well. I feel like last time we saw you, you were driving somewhere. Hopefully you're not driving tonight. Hopefully you're... Well, it's probably not. I don't think it's night for you. You're doing alright. Good to hear. Yeah, it'd be cool to think they could do. They could change. Loads of people have done these videos, but like they could do. They could sort of change it up a bit, even away from doing things like biome packs. I can't remember whose the video I was watching. I think maybe it was Thrive's video. Speculating. He always does quite good DLC speculation videos. And I think he was talking about just like biomes ones rather than continent specific. But I think there's even broader things you could do. You could do like you could do carnivore packs. You could do things that are like based on endangered levels and that sort of thing. Welcome back, Mrs. T. Coming along nicely. Well, it's my usual level of high speed build. Everything's slowly getting built. This is the way we roll. This is the way we roll. Dun, dun. Maybe we'll have a little blast of the electro swing music track, so that usually speeds me up a bit. That usually gets me bouncing a bit more. Alright, so I'm just going to leave it kind of raggedy at the edges for now. Have an appointment that will start any second. We haven't been up long. Figured the stream would be over by the time my appointment was over. I don't know. Never have a plan really for that. Usually just how I'm feeling. Depends how I'm feeling with for how long we go. Right, this probably needs a bit more of a substantial fence so they don't just like jump over and swim around. Also, I want to tune into the House Flipper deals. Yeah, so the House Flipper one stream should be Thursday this week. Is that not very attractive though, is it, that? It's not very pretty. What have we got we can use? What actual kind of fence bits have we got? I guess we could use that. Kind of like it to be a bit more ornate. Your stream is still going, afterwards I'll come back. No worries. Good. Welcome to pop in and out. I guess we could use this. Is this recolorable? It is. It's a shame it goes shiny. What's that like? I am working on the African, so this is Zimba. It's this one. So this is not my Canadian one, this is the African. We made the flamingo habitat and stuff. Pretty sure you've been in on these before. Yeah, this is one of the main ones, but not... Excuse me, very hiccupy. I had Coca-Cola today for the first time in ages, so I'm a little bit hiccupy. Tactical microphone mute right there. But yeah, I haven't touched this for a while, so... I felt like coming back to it today. Little bit because I'm trying to like just get my groove back a little bit. This isn't going to work very well, is it? These fences are a pain. I guess we... Oh, it's kind of freaking huge. It's such a nice piece, but it's so big. Which one is the meerkat habitat? That meerkat habitat is intended for here. Just haven't moved it in yet. No worries. I don't think this is going to be doable. Just want something small. I guess we could just use these. Maybe like there. Ever had a franchise zoo 600 plus years accidentally deleted, had to start all over? Oh no, brutal. How come? Did the game just crash? That's brutal. I have to say I'm a bit obsessive with if you look at my save files. I tend to save multiple versions as I'm going because I'm always terrified that I'm going to lose something. Yeah, every episode, and sometimes like multiple saves within the same episode separate, because I'm just I think it's because I had stuff lost in the beta. exactly that. I had stuff lost. I always forget you can change the colour of the water now. Thought that was going to happen. Yeah, I had a bunch of stuff lost in the beta. There was a little bit of time actually when I first played the beta that I wasn't sure I was going to be able to play this game, because I vaguely remember. Yeah, it was. You could pay. You basically paid to get early access to this. You could get the like deluxe edition, and that gave you early access to the game, and it crashed for me so much, and I lost stuff several times. So there was a little bit of me that was like, "Oh, I just don't think my computer can handle it for some reason." And so I had got to like an obsessive level of saving then, and you still see me do it sometimes in the videos. I'm saving like every 10 seconds. It's usually if I've done something I'm happy with. It tends to be that if I'm just kind of winging it, it's not too much of a panic. But if I'm doing something I really like, that that I know that I'd struggle to do again, that I'm like pressing save every 5 seconds. I was deleting some zoos and wrong button. Wrong zoo, I guess. Oh, savage. Can you just remove that? That's just attention seeking, Noah. Like, just come into the chat like a normal person, or jog on. Right then, have I got any custom bins? Let me just get another little dude. Let's have a little look at this for scale again. Oh, they have not. I was already pressing the remove button. I was already about to press the. You're being more generous than I was being, Lisa. Fair enough. But yeah, please don't spam my chat. Shall we put different? Maybe we put some little picnicky benches up there as well. You said like 4 things in quick succession, and I'm reading. Can see all those other people in this room? See everybody else there? Not just your world, my friend. So when there's every other person saying something, and you say "hey" as your first thing, and then you just continue to bark things, you could probably tell I was reading someone else's comment. It doesn't endear you to a chat if you just come in and demand the attention of someone. So behave yourself. Do you revisit your early builds? No, I don't really, Carrie. There's been a couple of times that I've looked at stuff. There was a brief period of time when I looked back at my my franchise zoo when they made that change that allowed you to bring franchise zoos into Sandbox. I moved my franchise zoo over with the plan that I would eventually go and like redo it and stuff, but I really struggle with that because you just get, you know, when I look at the original, even like, I'm still quite proud of the tropical zone, the tropical dome. But there's loads of it that I look at now that I'm like, if I was to ever pick this up again, I'd be redoing this. So I really kind of struggle with that because I'm a bit of a perfectionist sometimes, and so I'd be going back to it and just being like, I don't like this section. So that's what I found with the franchise. Better just to start a new one than to like try and get something back to a state where you can use it. It's always been my feeling anyway. Have you seen the new Jurassic World trailer? It came out today. What, as in a film or as in the game? Either way, I have not. Was there exciting things? I think I'll swap the square one out. Film. I have not. I'm not going to lie, I haven't thought any of them have been that good for a while. I thought they've been all pretty terrible for quite a while. I think it was the like Super Army Raptors in the first Chris Pratt one that was a bit of an off-put for me. I was like, can't just have raptors. Dinosaurs are not scary enough anymore. Now we've got to have sharks with freaking laser beams. That doesn't feel right, does it, that bench? I think we'll just ditch it. We'll just put a few of these. We watched the second Jurassic Park last weekend, so bad. The second of the original? Yeah, I mean, once it wasn't Steven Spielberg and David Attenborough, it wasn't the same. Never had the same. Okay, right, let's start doing some rock work then. So we are in Savannah Land. Books are so much better. I've never read any of the books. Are they Michael Crichton? Is that right? I remember remembering that wrong. Was that someone from the films? I can't remember. The 3-year-old disagrees, Toad. Every night there is a dino under the bed. Is he a big fan then? I just remember that I've seen the first one so many times. I went to see, actually not that long ago. I guess it was like 4 or 5 years ago. I went to see Jurassic World shown, or Jurassic Park shown with a live orchestra, like the live orchestra accompaniment thing, and it was really cool. So they played, you know, like this, literally the whole score of the film. There was a full orchestra there, and it was like a big event. So they had like they had one of this, like the jeeps and stuff, and it's just so epic. It's just like those moments. I remember the first reveal moment of the Bronto in that. I remember the first time seeing that in the cinema. I mean, it looks a bit rubbish now. I mean, it don't look terrible, but it looks pretty rubbish now. And they're just so like, it's just such an amazing, so many amazing moments. And there's a bit of me that just thinks it's a bit sad that we can't, like, that they just have to make them super, you know, like super dinos. They can't just have them. They can't just, God forbid, we actually just develop a storyline. Just keep making them keep Michael baying them even more. But then I'm old, so love dinosaurs, and they can be plenty scary. But the movie monster trope is horrible. It's just like it just does my nut in slightly. It's just like, yeah, just bigger, scarier dinosaur. I mean, I guess that's always been the case to an extent, but I just think it's a bit of a shame. And but the thing, I guess the reality is that if you don't do that, then it just ends, doesn't it? It does just end. But maybe there's just some things are not supposed to be constantly regurgitated. I mean, I guess I could have this as a thing that, like, is actually you can walk all the way around this. Maybe. Because we've got a little issue here already. It is Michael Crichton, yeah. Jurassic Park 2 was directed by Stephen Bob, but not. Did he actually direct it? Because some of those, I feel like... Did he actually definitely direct it? Because Steven Spielberg's done that thing, hasn't he, with some films, where he's basically just like... Someone else is directing it, but it's Michael... why do I keep saying Michael? But Steven Spielberg kind of under his kind of wing. I can't think of what film I'm thinking of, but there's a few of those that are like that. Did read on news that they are planning on bringing the mammoth back to life. Due to climate change just now, elephants are evolving to not have tusks and their skin is changing. Why are we bringing... What's the argument for bringing mammoths back? What's the famous Jeff Goldblum line? Scientists, what is it? They've so caught up on whether they could, then forgot to think about whether they should. Something like that. Yeah, I've never read any of them. So presumably the books were around for a while. Were they before the films? Looking forward to the new Avatar film. Yeah, I've got reasonably high hopes for that. I'm hoping it's not just going to be a massive damp squib. He hasn't made a lot of bad films, to be fair, James Cameron. And it's been so long in the making, that, hasn't it? It's been so long brewing. Because that's like his what's the phrase? Magnum opus? Is that the right phrase? That's like his great works. I think he sees it as. This all needs to be terrain painted and stuff, but I'll get some of this going. First woolly mammoths to walk the earth in 10,000 years couldn't roam the tundra. Could roam the tundra again in 2027. But is there actually an argument for like why? Is there a case to say that, like, because there is an argument for things like reintroducing wolves back into their original, things like that. Having wolves back in Yellowstone National Park, for example, there was an argument for like that that actually ends up helping the overall food chain and stuff. Thank you, no place. In an interview with Inverse, the team revealed that a herd of mammoths calves could be brought to life as early as 2027. They can't be. They must be like. It must be a bit of a Jurassic Park thing, though, right? Are they like crossbred? Got like weird. Oh, because this is climbing uphill, isn't it? Okay. So this could all just start to like come up, I guess. Congo? Which one's Congo? Didn't that get made into a film? Isn't that like a J-Lo? Is J-Lo in that? Or is that Anaconda? Why is that not spinning when I press the zip? There we go. Thank you. Let's actually do that on this side. Hope is that mammoths change the taiga environment in a way that might contribute to storing more CO2 in plants, making it viable for other mega herbivores. Interesting. Well, that makes more sense. I think they found DNA in permafrost. Yeah, vaguely rings a bell. Haven't they found... Now I'm thinking about it. Haven't they found like woolly mammoths with still hair on them? Or is that just... Am I pulling that from some science fiction thing? What's disclosure, Lisa? So that's not sci-fi, is it? That's... Who's in that? Because that's a film as well, right? Oh, God. Is that a Demi Moore film? Am I remembering that right? Is that Demi Moore and Michael Douglas film? Broken woolly mammoth DNA has been found and extracted, but the gaps can only be filled successfully by Asian elephants. So yes, hybrid. Just googled and yes, Congo was made into a film starring Laura Linney and Tim Curry, among others. No J-Lo then. What am I thinking of? Demi Moore, that's it. Yeah, Did I say Demi Moore? I can't remember what I said now. Did I say Demi Moore? And she's like the sexual predator, isn't she? Basically. And she like propositions him. Hey Lysag, how you doing? Move all completed. Nice. I know what that's like. So well done you. So this is supposed to be a natural lake, so we're gonna, hence the like real rocks and stuff. So we'll do maybe a smaller brush, maybe a tad smaller. In fact, let's just paint it. Get all the grass out of it first. Get some rock in there around the edges. She actually harassed she actually harassed Michael Douglas. Yeah, she's the boss or something, isn't she? I do vaguely remember it. Has Demi Moore made any good films? Like, I mean, it's not great, is it? To be fair, actually, Indecent Proposal's not a terrible film. Oh, actually, do you know what? What's the one with You Can Handle the Truth? What's that one? That's a Demi Moore. Yes, well done, Lindsay. Boom. I think you probably said that before I'd even done my... You want the truth? You can't handle the truth. I like about last night, but that was due to Rob Lowe. I don't like Rob Lowe. I don't mind him in The West Wing. He's all right in that. Must be not learned from the movies. Well, the movies are a source of literature in most cases. Sometimes they're terrible though. I rewatched it. Yeah, I watched it not that long ago as well. It's a good film. There's a lot of people in that film as well. Tom Cruise, Kevin Bacon, Jack Nicholson, obviously. There's lots of like random little cameos as well. Cuba Gooding Jr. is in it as well, I think. I vaguely remember. He's like very young. Plays like a nobody role. Pretty sure he's one of the soldiers. It's not... I was going to say 2219, but 2219 is not right at all. What does the Colonel order? It's not a 2219. 2219 is the thing from Monsters Inc. That's totally different. 2219! 2219 is when, like, when they see the sock on Sally's back. Oh my god, 2219! And then all the little yellow dudes come out of the skylight. Guy Pearce is in it as well, is he? Yeah, it's got loads of randos in it. Of Neighbours fame. What is it? What's the name of what's the thing he orders? That's the whole great big thing. Did you order the... What is that? I'm trying to remember. It's not 2219. Deja Vu. I feel like I've seen that. You'd have to remind me what the gist is though, because I might not get there. Can we do another little bit here? Oh, he orders a code red. Can only get code brown. Yeah, I wonder why that is. He orders the code red. Did you order the code red? That's it. Damn it. Damn it. Yeah, code red. Now that is a good film. She's in that. Doug joins hands with the SBI in order to investigate a ferry explosion. Using a technique that enables him to look into the past, he also tries his best to save a woman he knows. This sounds a little bit like a Quantum Leap. His only guide on this journey is Al. It rings a bell. Who's it got in it? I don't know what I'm doing here. Let's just not do that. Denzel Washington. Yeah, Denzel Washington's one of those who's he's made some really good films, but he's also made some pretty terrible films. But then I guess that's the case with most people, isn't it? Favourite actors. Everybody. Everyone's favourite actor, discuss. Can't go wrong with a bit of Tom Hanks, I'd say. I don't think he's the best of actors. Yeah, Lindsay's there. Lindsay, you and I are on tune tonight, clearly. Leonardo DiCaprio has got a lot of good films under his belt, hasn't he? Definitely. Better actor? Debatable. Better actor than Hanks? I guess probably, yeah. Morgan Freeman's a good shout as well. But saying that, to be fair, apart from Shawshank Redemption, what has Morgan Freeman made that he's been amazing in? I'd say that Morgan Freeman is definitely like, yeah, he's got gravitas. But to be fair, Seven, he is very good in Seven. But he hasn't. But when you think about it, he hasn't got like an enormous, like, great repertoire under his belt, or catalogue, sorry, under his belt. Can't really use this mulch very much in this zoo because it never feels like it looks right. What have I done? Oh, I have mulched before. The bucket list I actually haven't seen. I think I haven't seen that because it came out at a time when I think that would have been a little bit too near the knuckle for me. Some personal life stuff. And I haven't watched it since, but... And that's Jack Nicholson again, isn't it? Finch. I haven't seen that. That's Morgan Freeman, is it? And Seven's one of my favourite films. So, and Shawshank is absolutely my favourite film. I wrote a paper on the Shawshank Redemption at uni. About how it's... I think that was like my best paper that I ever wrote at uni was all about the Shawshank Redemption. About how it's like... Most people think the Shawshank Redemption is about Andy, and it's not. It's the story of Red. Because it's his redemption. Andy's allowed to get out because he's not done anything wrong, but Red is not allowed to because he's the only guilty man in Shawshank, so he has to go through his redemption basically. And it's all about how Andy is there just to be the bird in the cage and give him hope and all that sort of stuff. Finch is with Tom Hanks as well. Yeah, to be fair, Tom Hanks has got some good acting films, hasn't he? He's definitely got, I think in like, yeah, I don't know, like Castaway. Is that good acting? I guess it kind of is. Excuse me. Hey Nadine, how you doing? You are not late. You arrived precisely when you intended to. La, 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 la. Turner and Hooch. Joe versus the Volcano. Big. Yeah, I mean, they're all like iconic films. But are they good acting? That's the question. Wilson! Wilson! Should be, but the thing is, Tom Hanks's character should just be less of an arse, right? Don't go. Give her the, like, propose to the poor woman. Stop going and leaving and flying off around the world, being such an ass. Hooch was the better actor. How very dare you? Probably. Saving Private Ryan, he is good. Yeah, I think he's a very good actor. Philadelphia True, yeah, he's excellent in that. I guess they've all got that though, haven't they? Like, there isn't an actor that you can name that hasn't done something that's just been like, oh, what are you doing? What is this? But Morgan Freeman has got quite a limited number of films when you think about it that are like decent. For that voice, Leonardo DiCaprio has got some really good films, definitely. There's that one, isn't there? That Leonardo DiCaprio film when he's really young, and it's is it about a boy or something? Not about a boy. That's Richard Curtis' film. He's Robert De Niro's in it. Robert De Niro's like an abusive father. Catch Me If You Can is very, yeah. In fact, Tom Hanks is very good in that as well. Hanratty, is it? Is that his name? Detective Hanratty? Based on a true story though, so like it's always better if it's Basketball Diaries. What the hell? Debbie Does Dallas. What are we scraping the bottom of the barrel? You've Got Mail. Yeah, pithy films like that. I guess they've all got to do those though, haven't they? They've all got to chuck some of those in. What's that stuff called? That stuff. Nitraria. Yeah, Catch Me If You Can is Leo as well, isn't it? Yeah, there's a film when there's a few really young DiCaprio films that are really good, like pre Romeo and Juliet days. And there's this film that there's Gilbert Grape, isn't there, as well? What's Eating Gilbert Grape? Maybe we swap that out for that, actually. Basketball Diaries, Leonardo DiCaprio's oh, well, there you go. I did not know I was taking the mic. I was busy being a smart ass. I quite like Jennifer Lawrence as well. Is she your favourite actress, Mrs. T? I think she's very likeable. What's the dancing one that she did? Silver Linings Playbook, I think, is a really good film. De Niro again in that. So, I'm thinking this probably needs some watercolouring. Change the water. Because it's a little bit too see-through as well. It's better. Anthony Hopkins and Alec Baldwin. Alec Baldwin, I don't remember any good films he's done. Alec Baldwin. Yeah, the Baldwin brothers are all a bit interchangeable, aren't they? Not like the Bridges dynasty. Bridges dynasty, if you had like actor top trumps, the Bridges all beat, although the Baldwins have Yeah, definitely just had a bit of a dump in their stocks, haven't they? Who would you play in a movie, Toves? Who would play you in a movie? If it's someone I think you look like, we'll need to Google. Oh no! Suddenly feel deeply insecure. This could go terribly wrong. Please choose someone charismatic and charming. That would be nice. Not like, I don't know, Pee Wee Herman or someone. I would be played by Beaker out of the Muppets. Hunt for Red October. No, that's not Alec Baldwin, is it? It's one of the Baldwins. Who is that? Is it Steve? So Alec Baldwin's the one that's just had the problem with the shooting someone on the set, isn't he? There's three. I feel like there's three Baldwins. Alec Baldwin in Hunt for Red October. So that's Sean Connery. Nice to see you again, pussy. Did I just do that? Is it Alec Baldwin in Hunt for Red October? I might have to. I'm gonna have to Google that. Hunt for Red October. I'm Googling off screen. Oh god, it is Alec Baldwin. Is it Alec Baldwin? Hold on. It is Alec Baldwin. It's just a very young Alec Baldwin. Sam Neill was in it as well. So I feel like there's three Baldwins. Maybe there's not multiple Bridges brothers, but there's a Lloyd Bridges, a Beau Bridges, and a Jeff Bridges. Maybe they're different generations. I'm not sure. Who would play me in a film? I don't know. Alex, Stephen, and another. Stephen Baldwin is in... Oh... Yeah. Right, that's me. Bedtime. Thank you, Carrie. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, I mean it's slow progress, but something's happening. Something be coming. It's always slow progress. Ed Helms, the dude that was in The Hangover. Huh. Who's this then? Is this a compliment of you need to be removed immediately from the... I quite like that guy, but I don't think he looks anything like me. Billy Baldwin, that's it. Couldn't tell you what Stephen and Billy have been in though. Billy Baldwin I think has been in like... Is he not from that generation? See you, Siri, thanks for hanging out. Is he not like in... Is he not in the like Kiefer Sutherland like Lost Boys kind of lot? Is he not one of them? Mrs. T. I do quite actually like that guy, but I don't think I look anything like him. He's quite talented, that dude, so I would take that. He's quite a good comedian. And he writes that, like the songs that are in The Hangover, he wrote those. What's the grass? Oh, it's Drin grass, isn't it? God, it's so long since I've done anything in this one. Back to my dinosaurs. I wouldn't say I especially look like him, although I wouldn't mind him playing me in a film because I quite like him. It's probably got my teeth as well. Shall we switch music? Shall we go with some smooth house? Billy was in Backdraft. Yeah, that's right. Good one. That's another one that's got a dynasty as well, isn't it? In that, who's Kurt Russell's dad? Is that Kurt Russell? Could be it forever. I'd be here forever just looping through films. I'm fine with that if you guys I do love a bit of film chat. I could loop through film conversations forever. Kurt Russell. Is it Kurt Russell in Backdraft with Billy Baldwin? Who's the one? There's one that's in that film with he's one of the Baldwins as well in that film with Sharon Stone. Donald Sutherland's in it. Yes, that's right. Let's get some reads going, I think. Billy was in the original Flatliners. Yeah, that's a quality film. That is such a good film. Flatliners. I've not seen that in ages. Julia Roberts is so young in. Yeah, it scared the crap out of me as well because it's all about their nightmares, isn't it? They all end up getting haunted by their. Is it that they all end up getting haunted by their nightmares? Like everything they've ever kind of done wrong kind of ends up haunting them, doesn't it? Kiefer Sutherland's getting like beaten up in his sleep. That is terrifying. I remember being really scared by that as well. It's such a good film though. So that's Billy Baldwin. Yeah, Billy Baldwin's in that. Super young Julia Roberts, Kiefer Sutherland. So they remade that, didn't they? And it was then garbage. It's a shame because I don't think that was ever big, that film. I mean, I guess it's quite niche-y kind of story, but you'd think that's quite a like, yeah, as a concept for a film, it sort of feels like ground that would get more often tread. Yeah, because it's like the whole thing is that they're dying, aren't they? They're doctors, they're young medical students, and they're experimenting with what it is to be dead, and then bringing like how close can they get, and then they bring them back. It's weird that's only really territory that's been sort of touched by quite a niche film. So ideally, I didn't really want this to be a view, but I guess it can be. See if we can get one of those billboards in there now. These guys. Not watch the remake. Yeah, I'd probably watch the. It's one of those films that comes up it comes on the telly really late at night. It's not one you see. I don't think it's ever been like a particularly big film, so it's always been seen as a bit of a niche thing. I might end up deciding that that's too big for there, but it's not too bad. If we should have some sort of shade here. I need to decide whether I'm continuing this path. Whether this continues all the way around. Should maybe be that it just like loops back onto the path. Maybe that would be better. Yeah, I don't think I've seen the remake of that as well. Feels like it's going to be like a Colin Farrell or someone terrible like that, though. Ba, 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 ba. I'm going to make this slope down. So this is sort of what I was saying about yeah, the boundaries for water and stuff. And in fact, the boundaries for paths don't really matter anymore either, because you can use the barriers. So, like, I could just clip into that path if I wanted to and know that they won't climb over the top of it. Watched An Officer and a Gentleman the other day too. That film never gets old. Oh god, so naff. I think that's a lady film. I think that's a lady film. I don't think I've ever watched anything with Richard Gere that I've enjoyed. I think every single film I've watched of him, I've just gone, oh god, Richard Gere's in this. Ugh. Please kill me now. Just been revisiting the old classics. That's good. How very dare you? Maybe if you're a lady. I just remember it being really wet. To be fair, I haven't seen it in a long time, and I've probably only watched it once and then gouged my eyeballs out. One of your faves? Primal Fear. Ed Norton's got a lot of good films, to be honest. I think Ed Norton's a very good actor. Yeah, and he's got some like he's got some stuff that's a bit darker, which I quite like as well. he's got, like, if you've seen like American History X, that is proper bleak, but he's amazing in it. And obviously he's in Fight Club as well. So he's drifting away from my edge. In fact, it probably should drift away from my edge, because I don't want the boundary to drop. Officer and a Gentleman classic, just ask my mum. Exactly. Point proven, I feel. Point proven, I feel. Although, to be fair, me saying anything like, that's for ladies, I think I get outnumbered in these streams generally. Most of you seem to be of that persuasion. So I'm always going to lose those fights. Best Christmas film? Muppets Christmas Carol, 100%. 100% agree with you, Mrs. T. One of those, I watch it every year. I know every word to every song. And it's not Christmas until I've watched the Muppets Christmas Carol. It used to be a Christmas tradition that me and my brother put our Christmas decorations up on New Year's Eve, watching Christmas Eve, watching Muppets Christmas Carol, singing along, getting steadily more drunk. No cheeses for us Mises. The poor Mises. Even the fruit doesn't like him. Doesn't exactly, that's what I mean. I'm just gonna get timed out. Eventually just gonna get timed out. My own stream. Banned from my own stream. Why is this not working? There we go. Ah, that's a mistake though. I like that one. What's that one that's like, it's a cartoon? Not the snowman, but it's the like grumpy Santa Claus one. He's always like, Bloomin' What's that one? I like that one as well. It's not really a film, I guess. Oh, and I love It's a Wonderful Life. You can't have, again, can't have Christmas without It's a Wonderful Life. If you've never seen It's a Wonderful Life, you have to watch. It's a must. Is it just called Father Christmas? I really like that one. Bloomin' Neck. That's all I really remember from it. He says that all the time. Oh, bloomin' Neck. And he looks like Father Christmas should look. He's a bit grumpy. It's all a bit of an inconvenience being Father Christmas. Yeah, that's a good one. I'm quite looking forward to the point where my nephew knows what's going on, because it's going to be a while, obviously, yet. Planes, Trains and Automobiles. Yeah, I've not seen that in ages. Is that Christmassy though? I guess it is. Is it Christmassy, or is it like Home Alone? Isn't really a Christmas film, is it? Like, it's just a film that's on at Christmas, or set at Christmas. We're Marley and Marley. I've just got Muppets Christmas Carol in my head now, I'm afraid. Beauty and the Beast is one I always watch at Christmas as well, but that's not Christmassy. That was always a bit of a Christmas tradition for me. Trying to think what the first song is in Muppets Christmas Carol. It's difficult to sing a song. I think it's the other day. It's really difficult to sing a song when you've got another bit of music playing. You've got another bit of music playing in your head. It's really difficult to pick up a tune. I find it really difficult anyway. It's the Scrooge song. There goes Mr. Da 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 da. Amazing prize for being mean. The winner would be him. Don't ask him for a favor, 'cause his nastiness increases. Something, 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 something. No cheeses for us Mises. Yeah, that's the one. This is what Mrs. T does. See, that's why she thinks that goofy guy out of Hangover. It's moments like that. That was a goofy guy out of Hangover moment right there. Although he doesn't he like pull Heather Graham in? But to be fair, she's pretty hot. She was in that anyway at the time. Did you know Jonah Louie, Stop the Cavalry? It's not meant to be a Christmas song, but it was classed as such because of the bells. Yeah, or there's always ones that like come out on the like best of Christmas albums. Because there's the like Frankie Goes to Hollywood one that always comes out on the Christmas albums. It's like nothing to do with Christmas. It's not even cheery. It's miserable as hell. Why don't we just use a bigger bit of plaster, Toves? Go crazy. Don't. This is helping get rid of the Muppets from my head. What's going on there? What the deuce? It's not the same. I quite like Scrooged as well, Bill Murray one. I think it's Scrooged. Trying to decide if I'm making this just a flower bed. I guess I probably am. But yeah, certain films just have that. Certain films just have that Christmassiness, don't they? It's funny though, because I wonder why. So, Trading Places never gets put in the Christmas film bracket, but like, I think most of that takes place at Christmas. But then, for some reason, people call Die Hard a Christmas film. Just because that takes place at Christmas. I think Die Hard and Die Hard 2 both take place at Christmas. I think. Definitely the second one, the one in the airport. And I feel like the first one is as well, because I feel like it's Christmas party. Were we at some point in the stream having a conversation about whether what's that guy? Who's the bad guy out of? Is it Gary Oldman? It's not Gary Oldman, is it? It's oh god. Who plays Snape in Harry Potter? Alan Rickman. If anyone ever argues that Alan Rickman is a good actor, you've got two films to look at. You've got Die Hard 1 and you've got Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves. Goodness me. Neither of those characters. I mean, to be fair, the script in Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves, it's pretty terrible. But I can't think of a film that he's made that I thought was that he's that good in. But then you have to think sometimes, you're like, well, how does this person carry on getting? I mean, he must be all right. I guess he must be all right. Don't. Yeah, isn't he the one that cheats on Emma Thompson though in Love Actually? I don't think he's got a particularly good. I don't think he's particularly good in it though, is he? Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves is not, for what it is not a terrible film. Apart from the whole, like, just, yeah, Canadian guy playing Robin Hood. Dude not even bothering to not hide his Canadian accent, playing Robin Hood. It's a bit like Braveheart, isn't it? Of that ilk, just absolute liberties. The music was the wet one, wasn't it? No, that's what's the music from? Sing it to us, Lisa. Sing it. Sing your heart out. What was it? Oh God. It wasn't wet. That was from Four Weddings and a Funeral. Oh, Bryan Adams. Yeah. Classic. End of the night. Bryan Adams is specialised, has made a career out of those rock ballads, I guess, hasn't he? When you're all a bit drunk at the end of the night, a bit of Bryan Adams comes on. You put your arm in the air. Meatloaf. Meatloaf? Is it a meatloaf? Is it? No, it's Bryan Adams, isn't it? Yeah, no, it's Bryan Adams. Yeah. I thought I was going to go mad there for a second. I was like, no. I'm pretty sure that is. Meatloaf did. What did Meatloaf? What's the? I feel like Meatloaf did do a song for a movie though. Right. What have we got? What have we got? Oh, those are quite cool. Blackthorn. Can use a bit of that as well, probably. Oh, we could put another one of the fever trees in. I'm trying not to be too. Try not to go too mad with the fever trees. They are wicked, but. Oh, I guess I could go back to the acacias. Probably do an acacia tree. Go with a big one. Bryan Adams' song reminds me of Very Sunny Summer. Yeah, Everything I Do. Yeah, reminds me of. I feel like it reminds me of school disco. Can that be right? Maybe that's right. Thing is, those sorts of songs been so kind of like ingrained. 1991, I was 9. Is that right? Yeah, that is right. So yes, school discos indeed. Yes, Lindsay, exactly that. Keep forgetting what the name of those are. Nitraria, that's it. Ba, 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 ba. So it's not supposed to be particularly overly dressed Zimba. It's all supposed to be a little bit scruffy around the edges, but not in a like unkept way, but just in a sort of slightly more wild. So I'm always gonna go fairly sparing with the flowers and things in this. Unless it's something like, I think we did a load of flowers over here, didn't we? Yeah, because these are, I feel like that's quite ornate. I could have used that border as well. But in most places, I think we're going to keep it fairly kind of simple looking. Let's go a bit more temple rubble in there, I think. Ba, 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 ba. We've not had any decent Christmas songs for ages, have we? I mean, I guess that's what people will say when they get old, but the older you get, the more you think that the music of your time is the best. Although actually saying that, that's not really true, because I don't think I'm particularly a fan of 80s music or 90s music. Okay, right, so let's do some more. Let's do some more in here, don't we? Factor dominated the Christmas charts for years. X Factor, yeah. Not a fan of Mariah Carey, but I like her Christmas song. Yeah, you can't not. It's a staple, right? It's a solid. Hey Dennis. It's very much a like a part of the decorations, isn't it? The old Mariah. Yeah, I started doing some reeds, didn't I? And then I stopped. So can we have all of these reeds in this biome? Grassland. No. It's a shame these are always so big, aren't they? I guess there's the elephant grass as well. Don't want to go too nuts with it, just little sprinkles. Maybe make some little kind of thing going on over here as well. What's the Christmas song that they needed to change the lyrics? They've changed the like Band-Aid ones a few times. To Do They Know It's Christmas Time? Do they know? But that's changed when they've kind of regurged it a few times. You've been working on your building? In House Flipper or in Planet Zoo? Have we got any? I wonder if we've got. So there's a set of birds, isn't there? Drax has got a set of birds, which I think I've got the blueprints for. Aquatic birds. Here we go. Do any of these work? I feel like there's like storks and cranes somewhere. Maybe they're Mealy's ones. I know there's a set of ducks. Mealy's cranes. Here we go. Who wants to tell me which ones I can use? Excuse me. Black crowned crane. Kind of want to use the biggest one. Bring back shaking his Christmas songs. They changed the lyrics of Fairy Tale of New York. Some radio stations banned it. Why did they change that? Oh, I can think of the line. Is that what it is? Because of the F? Something that rhymes with maggot. Grey and black crowned cranes are typical in African habitats. Nice. Have we got one of those? Black necked crane? Is that alright? Grey and black crowned cranes. Oh, these two. Cool. Nice. Thanks very much. Shame there's not more poses. That's always the problem with these things. You kind of end up just having... Shame you can't play music, isn't it, really? Well, you can't play that sort of music. My favourite is always the Stop the Cavalry one. I think that's the one that always feels most Christmassy to me. I guess we could make like a... Kind of made like a marshy bit, didn't I, in this habitat? That's what that was supposed to be. That looked great though. But we could do that. We could put mud. We could actually put mud floor underneath this. Dum 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 dum. Yeah, I don't really agree with that. Like, you can't go back into history. It's just so... I don't know. I mean, yeah. Sort of thing annoys me. I mean, I'm definitely someone that believes in, you know, equal rights, etc. And that, you know, most of the time, most of the thing, it's just like, God, it's like none of my business. It's none of my business. Nothing to do with me. If you fancy blokes, go, you knock yourself out. Have it. I've had it. But I don't know. It doesn't. It's not an. It doesn't help the argument. If things like that don't help the argument, they just trivialize it, don't they? I mean, I can't really. Someone that's, I'm a white, now middle class bloke, so clearly there's no hardships here. But well, are they though? This is what I'm not sure. Who is that? Who is that that's actually getting annoyed? Because if that's what we're fighting over, then there's nothing left to be sorted out, right? Surely, if we and that's not the case. If that's what's like a hot button issue. My feelings have always been, it's surely it's intent. It's the intent of something that makes it offensive. something like that, it's just like, why would that be offensive? It's not meant for that purpose. You can't go into another language and just go, oh, that word. It's like saying, I don't know. I mean, clearly there are things you should, on normal social etiquette, you don't force your, I would never ever say, to be fair, if anyone ever said to me, I'm offended by that, I wouldn't ever say that. It would just, but that could be any number of things. If someone said, so actually, I don't know, on pretty much anything, if someone said to me, I don't know, I don't know, I've got really bad memories of something that happened to me when I was watching Die Hard. I wouldn't go, well, that's got nothing to do with me. We've got to talk about Die Hard. I would just accept that. But it is a bit different. It is a bit that, just, I don't know. I think what mostly annoys me about it is that it is like, it trivializes the argument, doesn't it? If people are actually, people can hide behind we'll get off this soapbox very quickly, by the way, but if people can hide behind the political correctness gone mad argument with anything, and then it does make you just kind of go, well, that's just to kind of keep us off topic, really. That's just to stop us actually debating anything, isn't it? I mean, surely you end up, if you do that, you just end up with no languages ever, actually all right. Nothing is ever all right. So would you start banning Shakespeare because Shakespeare's got some stuff like of its time that might be interpreted as being sexist or homophobic or something? If someone's, it's just mad. But as I said, I don't believe. Well, maybe I'm wrong, but I mean, how many people that are actually? I wonder how many people are actually genuinely offended by that, if anybody, or is it just the fear of it being seen to be offensive that means people say it needs to be taken off of the radio? That does actually quite work as like a shallow. Those mud mud pieces in general, the fact that they could be recoloured is so cool. Makes such a difference. Let's stick another bit over here so this can have a... Oh. Suddenly started dropping frames all of a sudden. Why is this? Is the stream looking alright from your guys' point of view? Should he be fine? Got kicked off a word game once for playing the word hunky. I didn't know it was a racial slur in other parts of the world. With an O, it is. But not with a U, I don't think, but maybe it is. Yeah, as I said, I mean, it's just as I said, it's like, if someone actually is genuinely upset by it, then fair enough. La 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 la. Did I take colour out of the wall? Oh no, it's just this angle. It's just this angle looks a bit more transparent. Maybe go a little bit more dark. Yeah. It's supposed to be a natural body of water, so... I guess in theory, you can have like ducks and things, though, can't you? In African waters, because they're just migratory. Oh really? Oh right. Well, there you go. I guess they should actually be standing a bit taller in the water. Like that? Should they be like that? I feel like they should have longer legs, shouldn't they? More like a wading legs. Don't. So he maybe like needs like something here. Don't. Something what we can use here. Something a little bit decorative-y. Like aquatic pack. Is that what I wanted? I guess I could go fishes. Little fishes. Or it's a bit boring up here. It needs something a bit more decorativeness. That's rando. Really like those, but they're definitely a bit random. See, I'd love to see a coat rack. Never again. I'd love to see like those done, but then like just the whole set of them done. Because that's the trouble. Because you kind of want to use those. Like, I'd love to be able to use that for every animal in my zoo. But giving you one makes it a bit tricky to use. I mean, I guess in theory you could try and make that, but not easy. Yeah, because there's literally only that, and then the scarab in that same style. In fact, that's not even in the same style, is it? Dun, 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 dun. What's that like? Needs a little bit of something. I'm not quite sure what it is. Just a little bit more jazz. Do, 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 do. I'm just trying to find something that can be like a little bit of a, I don't know, just a little bit of detail on the floor. Something. Could be something just quite abstract, like just some, like a little circle pattern or something. Just a little bit of something needs a little bit of something. I can feel it needs something. We could do, I guess we could do like a flower. It's a bit small, that middle one, isn't it? What's... Are these small? Can these be small? That's not too bad. It's a trip hazard. The whole thing's a damn trip hazard, but never mind. So there's something like that, and then... Ugh. Dun 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 dun. This is all gonna get too much. I can feel it. So if we knock it all right back to it just being like much softer colours. Oh, hello. I'm not quite sure what I did there. Maybe a save would be a good idea. Some point ever. Zimba. Episode 5, maybe? I'm not really sure. I feel like I've only made 4... Have I made 5 episodes of Zimba? I don't think I have. I've made 3, I think. Maybe I'm wrong. We'll just knock all this back to like a white. Do. I'm going to put all this down and then I'm going to remove it. I'm going to put all this down and at the end I'm going to go, nope. Too much. That's actually alright. That's actually okay. I've got about 1 million of those now. Made a little flower. Yeah, it looks alright. Be some like wavy bits coming off of it. I don't know. What are these called again? Decal. Might have to be font pieces then. Yeah, once I changed all the colours down, it wasn't too bad. Let's just have a look. No. Separate. I don't know what we're doing. We're just doodling now. We're just doing the doodles. These are just doodles. And there may be just like some little dots. Yeah, it looks alright. I don't know what it is, but it's just a little bit of something. A little bit of some stuff and things. Yeah, it's alright. And then maybe just maybe we just pick up one of these. Separate. Let me just pick up like that. I mean, I guess this could just be like a little motif or something that we have dotted around in places. Make of it whatever you want. Decide whether it is yourselves. I wonder if we could make, it would be quite cool actually, see if I could make stuff that looks like animals out of them. Just like kind of really abstract versions of animals. Anyway, that's something. Still makes it a little bit more interesting anyway. Do you know what I mean? Like a dot version of an elephant or something. I don't know if I've got the talent. To be honest. I don't know if I've got the artistic skill. But that's okay. That little bits there. What's the betting I can put a bin anywhere of any use whatsoever? I could maybe try and get a bin. Can't get a bin to sit there because I've got water in the way. Annoying. Oh well. Actually, that's not too bad. It would be kind of cool if they were just like prop versions of all of these. If all of these different, yeah, the things that are like ploppable just had like, do you know what would actually be really wicked is if you could just, if there was just a toggle. So obviously the reason why it has to be snapped to the path is because the guests interact with it. But if you had some like toggle that just took it off of the, so that it no longer had to snap to the path, but you could just place it like you place in anything, and accepting that it wouldn't be something that the guests could interact with. Because that's why I always, you know, like none of these benches are things that, because I just don't want to have to deal with the, I'd rather be able to free place something. Is that a new path tool? No, same path tool we've always had, dude. Yeah, I just stopped bothering. I just stopped bothering to use the benches. This is what I'm doing everywhere now. Just make my own benches. Because the thing is, you can never have... It's stuff like the bins. The bins is a really good example. Now, if you want to put a recycle bin... In fact, these are actually alright. Weird. These let you put things right close to each other. You can't do that with the green and the brown one. They won't let you do it. What's going on there? Oh no. But I think the more I've played, the less I care about the guests doing anything. Because the more you get in, yeah, once you get to a massive zoo, you hardly ever want the guests in it anyway, because you can't afford the frame rate. I need the little light dudes as well, don't I? These guys. Guess we could have those in there. Is that what I've done? No. Yeah, no, this is the same old path tool, Dennis. Same. Still by far my most popular Planet Zoo video, that. little kind of guide thing on tips for pathing. It's got something like 45,000 or something like that views. It's pretty crazy, and it gets really regular views. I mean, tutorials always are a bit evergreen. They just sort of stay getting views for ages. Let's have a look what that looks like in the night then. So it's a bit dark up there, so I need some light up there. Quite liking the way this one looks at night at the moment. Yeah, there was something else like that I was thinking about the other day that would be good just to be able to sort of toggle off. Can't think what it was. The queue path for getting narrow paths. Yeah, that's quite a well, as I said in that tutorial, they weren't mine. And in fact, I think since I did that tutorial, I don't do it that way anymore. It's easier just to place the, I mean, you still use the queue, but you don't have to have it auto fill. You just delete the path, delete the queue barrier. Let's put some of those in. So somewhere I have got a bit of a plan for this zoo. Let's have a little look around. Might just do a little bit of fiddling on the elephants. Wish you could select a texture for construction pieces, maybe a drop down box. Sometimes they're just too plain. So this I don't know if it was you, Pitsky, said, what the hell are these all doing? What the hell are you lot all doing back here? Oh dear. Someone was saying earlier about, do I ever go back to old zoos? Well, I don't go back to old zoos, but this is an old habitat that I picked up, dropped in here. There were bits I liked. I actually quite like the building for a little kind of elephant house. Got some annoying terrain things going on now, but the rest of the habitat's a bit crap. Oh, it's because I've got a... Alright, let's just close. Get it! Sling your hooks, all of ya. So I might do a bit of work in here actually, just jazz this up a bit, give it a bit more love. The rock work's all very basic. I think that's the starting thing that can be done. Get rid of all of these numpties. It's probably a bit small as well, to be fair. That door's pretty small for that elephant. Never mind. Where's the rest of the elephants? Oh, have they all died? No! RIP! Surely I've got creative settings on, haven't I? Enable... Yeah, no, they shouldn't be dying. Let's put it on that though. And let's put it on the... that. Maybe they're all in... No, they're not all in storage. Maybe I didn't actually... Oh, I'll tell you what, I probably didn't actually have any other elephants. I had elephants in the original habitat, but I haven't moved them into this zoo. Maybe that's what it is. Well, I'm just waiting for the last of the stragglers to leave. Stephen! Is it Stephen? Is he actually a Stephen? Oh, he is a Stephen. No, he's eating. He's eating. He's getting his tucker. Oh, hold on. Something is occurring. What are you doing, my little friend? Where are you going? I've got no vet. Ah. Did that just say disposing of animal carcass? Oh dear. Right, we better plop a temporary vet surgery and then staff. Yeah, he's had his tucker now. Oh, I've got a sneeze coming, guys. Ooh, you just heard the tail end of that one. Something about a sneeze sometimes. Is it just me? Something about a sneeze just makes the whole world feel better. But then again, I have a sneeze. I'm like, oh yeah, that's been needed. Right, so let's yeah, as I said, I think we'll just get rid of all of this rock because it's all a bit rubbish. I don't mind the kind of concrete thing. We might just get rid of all of this crap. Maybe even the elephant grass and redo that. It's hiding away a multitude of sins. Shonky building work. Look at the state of this terrain work as well. Shocking. So, I will tell you what's wrong with this and why I think it looks wrong. Is because it just doesn't look very natural, does it? It's just like flat plain. They're all very repetitive. Is it possible that you show the trick with Q paths again? It doesn't work when I try. Yeah, so I'll show you that. I can't actually remember which one it is that's in the video, but I'll show you how to do it. How I now do it. So you just have... Let's just get rid of this for a second. Let's just clear all that out. Right, so you just put a normal path down, right? So you've got your path. So let's do a 4 meter piece of path. And let's say I want to have a smaller section just come off around there. So I would go to Q, I place the Q down. And actually what I did in the video, I think, is then remove this and start doing something. I can't remember, but all you have to do is you get to like there, get it as close as you can to the previous bit of path, and then you start taking this away. So you click on that and you press delete, and then you go back to your path and add it back in again. So you see, because the two nodes are close together, the two ends are close together, so it auto fills that in for me. That's basically it, and you can do that going. It's a little bit more tricky, like going up and down and things, but that's your way to do it. To be fair though, now it's far less. There's far less point in having narrow paths like that. Hopefully that made sense, but because actually, if you think about it now. really, I could just go, that's my path, but actually I want to make it narrow using the barriers. So this is what I'm kind of doing now, is that I'm just going, I'm not really being too accurate about where my path is anymore. So let's say that, let's just imagine that's a habitat for a second. That's actually where my null fence is for my habitat. So I could just do this. I can either just hide that. Hopefully this is making sense. It's a bit abstract, but I could either hide that in a wall, or I could stick it under the floor. And having it just underneath the floor means that the guests won't walk into it. So actually what I've got in a lot of Tigwado, let's try and see if we can find an example here. I don't think I've done it here because this is before that those things were available. Yeah, so you can sort of see here that I've brought the path alongside, and I've used that as I've then filled in all those little gaps with foliage and stuff. Now I wouldn't really have to do that. I could have the barrier. I could have the path go right up and underneath that fence if I wanted to. And before we had these barriers, what that would mean is your stupid guest would just walk straight through the fence and stand inside the habitat. And now you don't. Now you just use these to say where they can and can't stand. So if I don't want them to stand in that, so for example, this. I think most people know this now, but yeah, if that wasn't a hole in the path, they could just block it off under the floor, stop people from walking through it. I'm not sure I answered your question there, Angela, but hopefully I did. Hopefully I explained how to do that. Let me know. I'm happy to do it again. It is a really handy trick. What's actually funny is I spent a lot of my early builds building really small guest paths, and actually if you look at what I'm doing now, I'm tending to go the opposite direction because it does sort of depend what you're doing. I mean, I think be a bit careful about using those super small paths. I tend to use them for going off to toilets and things, not main routes. So in most places I've got, 4 meters at least, especially in this one. A little bit different in Zimba, and actually what I've tended to do in Tigwado is I've tended to use the smaller paths again for those like less trodden routes, not main guest routes, because what you get is the small. You need to be careful to not, because obviously the smallest path you could end up really with is a 2 meter path. What you find generally is that the guests just get really stuck on those. So it might seem like a good idea at the time, but it's not always. But it's all right if you use it. If you have to be careful basically to make sure it's not somewhere that guests are going to stop. Make it somewhere that guests are just going to transit through. I was doing the elephants, wasn't I? Completely forgot what I was doing. It's good for stairs and things, though, I have to say. I think I tend to use that more often now for staff paths. And you just have the node blocked off, or the whole section of the path blocked off from the guests. Yeah, same. Right, okay, so all of that's, let's just get rid of that as well. Quite like that tree though, so let's just move it over there. I'm just now wondering to myself if was I using that as an obstacle for the elephant? No, can't get over there anyway. Oh, at the moment for some reason he can't get inside the building either. Excellent. There you go. I'm tempted to go with the faux, but so I think sometimes you got. I think you got to think when you're using the like. I mean, depending how realistic you want to make it look. If you think like using this as rock, like if I was actually using rock, like how is this formed? How is this formed out of rock? This perfectly like sort of flowery shaped thing. It just would be mad for it to be really rock, which is, I guess, the first thing that makes it not look surreal. It would be all right for it to be like one side of it will be rock, but the fact that it's all kind of formed like this. I mean, this is kind of doesn't really make much sense as a thing in the first place. But so this should be more like a gabion. So I think we're forced to go with a faux. I might do a little bit of blending in some of the real rock just to get a bit of texture change. And I'm definitely not going to go. I'm definitely not going to go upright with them. I'm going to make layers. So what I tend to do with rock work, especially when you've got like a load to cover, is just make yourself some pieces. Make yourself some sections that you're happy with, and then reuse those sections. Tend to try and use like a few, and they don't have to be massively different. And try and do things like, change some of the colours up and stuff in them so they don't all look like they're exactly the same. Tends to help to turn snap to surface off as well, or align to surface. Okay, so that can be. I'll just do select a couple of these, and we'll just shift those on the colour a little bit, just so they're a little bit different. We might even do a little bit of like. Sure, I should really have this in this habitat, but I'll do it anyway. Just a couple of places where we've got a little bit of something coming through, and actually we will put a little bit of savanna rock in there as well. So that's going to be one of my bits. Thank you, Angela. Thanks for hanging out. And then I'll make another one. I guess we could chuck a bit of that in there as well. Okay, and then we'll get a bit of grass. Done my head in. Never used the faux rocks. I'm now questioning how all my real rock formations go where they have been placed. Oh, sorry. Sorry. I mean, I do use them. I do use them as well, but once we started getting I mean, it's really just whether you're like intending it to look like it's real rock or not. Whether you're wanting it to look like it's actually kind of. I mean, you can make the faux rocks look like they're real rocks to an extent. And it may. I mean, but yeah. I think just sometimes. I think sometimes what happens is your brain just like unconsciously, well, mine does anyway, will tell your, you don't. Sometimes you look at something and you don't know whether it looks real or not, but you don't. Oh, it's difficult to explain. Like you don't. Something doesn't look right about it, but you don't know what it is. Like you wouldn't be able to say that looks more realistic, but it will be specifically because of. For me, I think it's little details like that. That's like, well, how would that be? Like it wouldn't be that this was all just a. I mean, it should. This is a pretty. Like this would have to have been man-made, right? This would have to have been excavated out and all this concrete poured around the edge. So therefore, they wouldn't be like hacking this out of real stone, presumably, it would be stone that's been put there. And in order for it to be stone that was put there that was real stone, then that would make the whole thing massively expensive. Let's not do that. I probably need to make another couple of these just so they not. I mean, they do tend to, for things like elephants, they do tend to end up with like real, you know, huge, great big boulders and things that they would have spent a lot of work, a lot of money on it. But I don't know. I just tend to find that sometimes if you think through that, like, I mean, it's pointless and it's a bit sad, but that I'm doing it, I guess. But in my head, I'm like, I quite enjoy that sort of step to making things that are realistic. If I think about how it's actually, yeah, it's a bit like when you do interiors. I mean, that's really all I'm doing most of the time with interiors. And like, how would this actually get used? How, like, even though that the keeper doesn't do that necessarily, the keeper doesn't go through all the doors that I give him. But it does, I don't know, it just feel like the end result ends up being a little bit kind of unconsciously feels a bit more realistic. And the thing is, the faux rocks give you the opportunity to almost deliberately things, because this is starting to look a bit repetitive. But that's not necessarily a problem, because it's faux, right? So they wouldn't be casting all new. These would all be pieces formed together. That looks way better than what I had before. We can compare it to the other side. So that side, compare. Oh, in fact, I didn't even bother on. No, it's the other side, isn't it? I didn't even bother over here. I just made it all a trench. Ugh. But you can't go too far with that, because, like, realistically, this habitat wouldn't be like this. It wouldn't, because an elephant would be able to just like walk up that, kill the people if they wanted to. So you got to, you know, at some point you've got to stop. I have to stop thinking about it being realistic, and I'm not that good at it, to be fair. Lots of people are really good at it. There's lots of people that are. I think I try not to obsess over it and still find the balance between it being fun. Is that my second bit? I don't remember where my second bit's gone. I keep using the same. Is that it? There it is. So it will start to look a bit repetitive, but you know, it's once you've got to this stage, you can go back and add more to it, or just it's just easier to have something. I always find it's easier to like be at a stage where you've got something done. Wasting piece count here, but I don't really mind. So yeah, that looks way more interesting than what I had. It's a lot more detailed. But it hasn't. But probably didn't take me any longer than that original placement of all those rocks. I think when I did this habitat, I probably took a lot longer placing all those down. Something about placing rocks in Planet Zoo. It's just so chill. It's so chill. I think it's because stuff can look cool really quickly. Trees and rocks just make just such a massive bushes, and they make such a massive difference. Sure about this tree here. I don't know what it is, but it doesn't feel right. Get out of it. Thanks. Where'd you get the inspiration for backstage areas? Pretty much the same, to be honest, Lindsay. I just kind of go like nothing ever really has a. I never really have a picture of anything. It's all just like an evolution of an idea, like an iteration. But like, so this, for example, is just. I think this internal space started off with like. I've probably seen something. I mean, this isn't great, but this is all right. This is old, but so. I've probably seen something where I've like a zoo documentary. Where I've seen them interacting with elephants through this sort of thing, and then a lot of it is like then you're just thinking about how like practically stuff gets used. Like they don't want the elephants to bash against the wall, so they just put these little kind of barge blocks up, and they're separated. And then most it's just like what can I do, and then it's often just. Yeah, thinking through how something would get used, right? So like a lot of stuff we don't really get from the game is like how you move in and animals actually in and out of habitats. So like a lot of this is all just come from me going, well, they would need to be able to move them in and out of habitats. They'd need to be able to move them out to somewhere that's like a bigger loading area. They'd need to switch them around and stuff. That's pretty much most of my stuff just comes from that. It's like, so like I put a grill down here and I'm like, okay, so if there's a grill down there this is in theory needs to be filtered, so where does that happen? So then we just make a little thing, but the animals we wouldn't want the animals to get in there, so there's a gate, and everything just happens like that. Very occasionally I will see a picture of something that I pick up on. Very occasionally I will see a picture, but not very often, and I don't kind of actively seek them out. But my problem, and this definitely works for some people, it doesn't work very well for me, because I know the way my brain is that if I look too closely at something that's like an inspiration picture, I get really lost in it. I get really like, it has to be exactly that. So I'll be looking at everything, and I think I'm capable of making stuff look realistic, and usually capable of making stuff look more realistic than I should. I'm not sure they're making any sense, but like I get to a point where it's not fun anymore because I'm just obsessing over it being accurate. So like the last time I did that was, so actually in fact and it looks good and I'm really happy with it, but the building for the community zoo is based on the Woodland Park Zoo in Seattle. And when I made that, I had like loads of pictures of it. I'm really obsessed over getting it right. And I think it is, as a building, it's actually pretty alright. Like none of the internals is right. Like it's all like just made up, but so none of this stuff should be in here because it would all just get ripped out by the elephants. So yeah, I do sometimes I use inspiration pictures as like something to get you started on, but I actually don't even, it doesn't need to be like for backstage, it doesn't need to be a zoo picture really look at. It can, so this actually we can have some real rocks in now. It can just be like a, like a commercial building or a building that you, I don't know, like the supermarket or something. Like go in the toilet in the supermarket and look what it looks like. Like Mrs. T. Thanks for hanging out. Much appreciated. The game doesn't work that well for backstage building. It's the hardest thing to do, I think, in the game. Habitats are actually pretty easy. Because if you think about the amount of clutter, if you ever see any of those like the like the Chester Zoo documentary, And there's like a bunch of them. There's like there's Bronx Zoo and there's Australia Zoo and all sorts of ones. And whenever you see the backstage, I'm just going to paint all of this in mud for a minute. It's always like so cluttered and busy, and there's stuff everywhere. And that's the stuff that's really difficult to do in Planet Zoo, because we just don't have the pieces. But it's stuff, I do, think about, heating and light switches and plug sockets and all those sorts of stuff. The more stuff you add in, the more realistic it looks, the more clutter you add in. It's exactly the same as what we're doing House Flipper. It's just the more you add. The more you add, the more realistic it looks. That's what I always think. In most cases, you've got to have a knowing like how much is enough. This should probably not even be just water chilling like that, because that would be full of poo. That would all just get full of, it's just be a great lake of turd. I mean, it could be super shallow, we could have it, but it shouldn't be like this. I actually started placing people's blueprints just to get a general idea of how they got from a habitat to backstage, helping my brain to visualize my own ideas. Yeah, that can definitely help. Yeah, looking at other people's stuff definitely can help. I guess we could, let's see if we use the mud. Can we make this look all right? Great muddy wallow. Yeah, in fact, actually, it could look in here a bit like the Babirusa habitat that I did. It could feel a bit more like it's just a bit more of a swampy kind of space. Might have to tweak the colour on that a bit because it looks a bit dark. It's my go-to chill game. But I'm rather excited that my first ever Zune is finally coming together. Yeah, you get to a point. You definitely get to, once you get to a point where you've like starting a zoo in Planet Zoo is pretty rough. But once you get past that initial stage, you've got something going on. You start to develop a little bit of a style. Then it gets a lot easier. Because it's actually better to not reinvent every time you go into a new habitat. Every time you go and do something new, is to not completely change everything, because it just doesn't look as good if you do that. Oh, there's actually like stuff up there. Right, so this is all going to need some like softening as well, because it's all going to be, the edges are a bit hard looking still. It's not too bad though. I think, as I said, I think the colour needs to be tweaked. So we could, I mean, we could have had a pool for them, but it would need to be like a concrete thing with some drainage and stuff. Something that wouldn't just fill up with turd. Do 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 do. So, is that everything? Yes. Let's go all yellowy. Yeah, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. Right, so can I still actually get the water from there? Oops. I'm just trying to make this look like it's a bit of a kind of wet, swampy section. Start building an African penguin habitat, but fell out with the terrain stamp tool and rage quit. Darn. We're still here. Yes, we are still here. Okay, so let's get some more rock. Get some more rock going, and we'll just kind of get rid of a few of these edges. Yeah, not done anything with the African penguins. So I don't think I'm going to give them a tree. Did I have a tree in there before? I think I did, but I'm not going to give them a tree. But we can give them some stuff like a big old log. Have you used the seating areas for the talks yet? No. Not yet. I was considering it for something recently. But no, I haven't. I just think this one's a bit massive. Can I actually put that in here? Yes. Can I put another one down? That's cool because they'll actually come and use that now. I want that bit of shrubbery, but I want that stick. That's what I was after. Scatter some of this around just to give it a bit of texture on the ground. Shelter bit of your Tigridoo bus stop fits perfectly over those seating areas to create some shade. The shelter bit of your Tigridoo bus stop. Bus stop. Trying to remember the bus stop. Cool, I guess. I don't remember it. Tigridoo bus stop. I've got a bus stop here, I think. What does the bus stop in Tigridoo look like? What are those? I forgot I played around with those. I was going to do something with those. Some sort of sculptural thing. Bus stop in Tigridoo. So there's a bus stop here. I don't even remember a bus stop in Tigridoo. Maybe there is though. I can't remember. That one. Alright, cool. Thought I was going mad. I'd love to have the terrain brushes for all the biomes as well. Because sometimes you just want to use something from one of the others. Right, what can we give them? What can we give them? What can we give them? I think maybe we just do some more rubble and stuff. We just go to town with the rubble. Let's go and get a rubble patch. And we put some more green grass in, a bit more grass and stuff, but not loads, because everything, you know, elephants just rip everything up. I do like a before and after of this habitat. Screw the piece count. Guess we could give them some of these as well. Just wanted to say I love your series on Tiggerton. It's really given me the inspiration I've needed to make my own zoo based in my home region of the Pacific Northwest. Nice! That's very nice to hear. Thanks very much. CBS teacher? Welcome in. Yeah, we'll be back in Tiggerton soon enough. Still my favourite as well, so. Bum, bum, bum. Just have a bit of a switch sometimes. It's good to have a bit of a switch up, just to keeps the old brain ticking. I felt like coming back to this one today, but I'm still halfway through. What was it I was doing? The macaque habitat. I wonder if I can smooth this out. CB Stecker. Is that better? Should be able to smooth that out. Oh, it's all inside as well. Handy. No, no, no. It's better. That's better. So some of this has got guest path under it and some of it hasn't. The German pronunciation. Well, let me know if I've got it better now. I think it's been a thing of mine that I try and get people's names right. just think it's like basic common courtesy. If you're being nice enough to watch me, I should try and basic common courtesy and try and get your name right. I won't always get it right, but I'll try. I took that tree out, didn't I? The thing is, if that tree was in it, it would be wrecked. It was way too small. That elephant, that wouldn't last 5 minutes. It looks nice, but the elephant would just annihilate it. We can definitely put some bits of drin in, little bits of scrappy drin grass and stuff around the edges. Again, all of this would just get ripped out by the elephants. Hey Jesse, how you doing? Am I missing any enrichment items? Elephants. So these are African elephants. Not spelled like that. Night, Lisa. Much appreciated as ever. What's wrong with my spelling? African elephant. What's wrong with it? Should that not work? Elephant. Why did that not work then? I haven't got one of these. What the? What the? What? How does that work then? The African elephant will play with that? What do they... Oh, I'm intrigued now. I mean, it's so small for... Surely that's tiny for an elephant to play with it. Don't tell me they're actually going to build the... Oh, God, that's my least favourite thing about the game in it ever. I cannot stand that it does that. I thought I moved that as well. I guess we can give him one of those. So we might keep the bull on his own in here. I don't like these. I've never been a fan of these. I don't have a little water pool for him either. Maybe over here? Okay, so let's see what... So is he actually going to do his thing? I'm intrigued to see what he does with those now. He's busy eating. Come on, hurry up and eat. Play with your stuff. Tell me he's going to make a little beaver dam. That would be amazing. said not too much of this, didn't I? And I've just put it everywhere. Looks miles better than when we started though, I have to say. I'm much happier with that. So he doesn't have one of these either. Yeah, I think so too. I'm wondering if we make a little... I'm kind of tempted to make a... I'm never a fan of these, but it's okay. Can we kind of blend this in a bit more? Body colour. Come on, elephant. Come and play with this damn thing. It's now just a magical water supply as well. So I think an elephant will just destroy this straight away. Surely, it would just rip it to pieces. That would definitely just be ripped off. He's a big old fella, isn't he? He's a big old unit. Come on, Stephen. Do some damming. There's a river that needs damming. It's not fussed. It's not bothered. Woohoo! To try and suss out why you can't get inside as well. I'm assuming that's probably from when I've dropped the habitat into the zoo. It's probably done so much terrain shifting that it's messed it all up. I mean, I guess we could kind of make a... I guess we could make water come from up there. But then it's not going anywhere anyway. I was going to say, try and make it look more realistic. But it just ends up in that pool, doesn't it? And it doesn't... It's got nowhere to go. I guess I could put a drain in there. Do, 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 do. Not actually change colour. Yeah, you tell him. You tell him, Stephen. He's like, where's my lady elephants gone? Dun, 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 dun. I don't know. I don't even know what I'm doing there, to be fair. Dun, 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 dun. Someone that is enjoying their job. Oh. What's that noise? Oh. Sleepy Stephen. That's some elephant ASMR right there. True. That is true. I need to fix that. Bam, 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 bam. I think I hear him pooping. Are you pooping? No, just walking about. trying to do just trying to do a thing, and I'm not really sure what I'm doing, but I'm trying to do a thing. It looks like it's supposed to be deliberate, but you can. The animals do their poops. Well, this isn't going to work, but let's just see. That does add something. What I'm trying to do is make it look like it's kind of leaking out of that. I guess I could do. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Not sure. Unconvinced. Currently unconvinced. There's like a splash pattern here, isn't there? I guess I could add, if I actually just added a rock there. Maybe that one? Oh my god. And then it's going to need some more splashes at the bottom. No. I don't know. I don't know if I should have even bothered with that, to be honest. There's a thing. If we hang around long enough, we'll see the big fella do a dump. The hippo poop is majestic, indeed. Thing is, that elephant's now not going to do anything with that, I'm pretty sure. They don't pee, no. I think that would be a step too far if you suddenly saw his great elephant wang. If you saw his second trunk popped out. Started blasting. No, that would be scare the children away. Sorry. my sick mind, obviously. He's nice and muddy though, look. He's been wallowing. He's been in his mud pit. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba. I think most animals can pee without having to do that though. Yeah. Can't say that I've studied excretory functions of an elephant, to be fair. But in my brain, I feel like I've seen, and I'm pretty sure I have actually. I've seen, and because hippos do that thing, not hippos, rhinos do that thing, don't they? Where they like come right up against the side of the like fence and then spray urine at everybody. I'm just going to place, there's just going to be a few little sparse spots of grass here and there. Some edgy spots. Yeah, I think I'm happy with that. Oh, right, we need to suss out why you can't get inside then. So what's the deal, my big fella? What's your problem? This is going to be one of those wonderful Planet Zoo moments where it's just like, when I built it, it was fine. And now I'm able to work out why you can't get inside. So let's just try opening this gate. See if that helps. It does. It's actually just the width then. Weird. So that gets him in there. My granddad got splattered with hippo poo at a zoo once. Wasn't born at the time, but the whole family still laugh about it, especially as he was talking at the time, so had an accident. It was, oh no, oh no, that's grim. Yeah, I think I'm happy with that. I think we'll need some work around the top still, and obviously we've still got the other side. Needs some love, but that's way better. I'm way happier with that now. He's chilling, just chilling. Do your thing, Stephen. You do you. Be your best self. Be your best self. Little legend. Let's do a little cheeky screenshot of you. Get some more screenshots. I know you don't like having your photograph taken. Oh, there's one right there for me. Thank you, thank you. Nice pose, nice pose. He does seem much happier, doesn't he? Elephants are so good, aren't they? They're so good looking. He's a gorgeous boy. Right, that's going to be it, peeps. Thank you very much for hanging out. Very much appreciate it. So yeah, I'll be back on I'll be back on Thursday for some house flipper. And then I still don't know what I'm doing about videos with Planet Zoo at the moment, but there'll be one coming soon enough, I'm sure. Thank you for your patience while I'm doing this. But yeah, I thought I'd just play with this today. And we'll be back in Tickledoo soon enough. Please don't forget to like and subscribe if you haven't already. Much appreciated. It does help me out. I'll catch you on the next one. Take it easy.